At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
Welcome back for the diving competition here at the Linda Bloom Natatorium. We are on the campus of the Marshalltown YMCA. We'll be getting ready for finals of the 2024 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Swimming and Diving Championships. I'm Coach Don Spellman. I'm here with UNI Panther diver Trista Thompson. Trista's a sophomore up in Cedar Falls and is going to be our expert analyst for this session, since I know more about swimming than I do at diving. But I watched a lot of diving when I was a competitive swimmer. So anyway, a little bit about the format. We're going to go 5 rounds, and we'll cut the field down from 32 divers to 20. Then we'll do another 3 rounds, and the field will cut down from 20 to 16. And then those top 16 are where the points will be distributed heading into tomorrow's finals for swimming. So I'm going to turn it over to Tristan. I think you highlighted a few individuals we want to look at that you think are going to compete for the top spot on the podium here today.
Yeah, I think Camilla Swatson and from Iowa City West and Cameron Russell from Grinnell will be either 1 and 2. And then after that, there is about 8 or so athletes that are fighting to be 3 through 6 today.
Be
on the podium.
Battle to get those other points. Huh?
Yes, it's pretty close. Top 16 is all pretty close.
Those 2 you mentioned as the favorites, they've kind of set the tone all season. They also compete in the summer against each other at diving club meets. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep. Camilla Swatson, I'm pretty sure she competes at club for Iowa, and Cameron goes to Iowa State for club too. So
okay.
Pretty cool.
So Ames and Iowa City based practices for those 2.
Yes.
And so the Ames pool though is the old Beyer Hall pool. That's just a 1 meter and a 3 meter, correct? The springboards.
The Iowa State, they actually have a 5 meter platform.
They have a 5 meter platform.
Yes. Yep.
And then the University of Iowa, a newer pool, has a full platform complement with the
Yep. They hold a lot of meets there.
But for today's competition, we're just going to have the 1 meter springboard. That's what we do in the high school format. If you go to college levels, you'll see the 1 meter and the 3 meter, and then in some of the higher Division I, you'll see the platform diving as well. Do they do that in D2?
Not a lot of schools have platform.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot of just 1 and 3 in college. The Big Ten schools, they'll do platform. But.
Well, there was a diver from Nebraska that placed NCAAs who drove to Iowa City twice a month to practice there.
Yeah,
so
and a lot of schools do have to travel because they will, like Iowa State, they do compete platform, but they have to travel to Iowa to be able to do the 7 meter or 7 meter and 10 meter. Yep.
Right, correct. Which I consider extreme sports. I've only gone off those feet first. I would never have thought about going off there.
I think it's easier to flip than just to jump. Think about it less.
In my younger days, that used to be a fun thing to do at the end of practice if we were running out of pool. But But yeah, I think we have a few things too to highlight as far as team scores. Dowling Catholic could leave here somewhere between what did you think? Between 20 and 40 points? Is that?
Oh yeah.
They have a couple
they're all
divers.
in the top 16, so they could all score today.
And then Iowa City West will put some points on the board, is what you're thinking.
Yep.
And then what are your other teams you're looking at? Southeast Polk was one?
Southeast Polk has 3 in the top 16, which is super cool because that I know hasn't happened for a lot of years for them. And then Grinnell, they have 2 in the top 10, which is pretty cool also.
Yeah,
Smaller school.
Just down the road.
Yep.
And are they coached by
Deidre Freeman
yeah,
Huff.
Deidre
Yep.
Huff.
She was my high school coach.
She was an All-American at Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
I remember watching her dive, and then she married an All-American swimmer, Jordan Huff, who's the swim coach here this weekend for Grinnell.
They are pretty cool.
Yeah.
They have 2 kids now.
So what do those kids do? They end up diving or swimming?
Well, they're about 3 and 1, but Trigby, the one, he loves the pool, so I can bet that he is going to be a swimmer someday.
Yeah. So we're getting settled in. The crowd's coming in here. We're going to be on air shortly. We'll have the divers walk out, announce our names, and then we will jump right into round 1. Everybody's going to get those first 5 dives out of the way, and then we'll see how the scores shake out.
And a lot of time, these first 5 dives, these will be the divers' best 5 dives because they're trying to make that cut.
Right.
So a lot of times these first 5 dives, you'll see a lot of the best dives, and then as you go on, it's some of the dives that either the diver might mentally struggle with or physically struggle with. So
now, do you have to do any required dives in any of the rounds?
No, but you can't put. So in diving, there's optional dives that you can do, and those are like the harder dives. You can't put all of those optional dives in
the first 5
rounds. Yeah, you have to kind of spread it out a little bit.
I knew there was something like that, but
yeah.
Again, I'll defer to the expert on that. So. This is unique to girls swimming. The boys stopped having diving, I think, in the late 1990s.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, we had diving, and then by the time I moved back to Iowa after being out of state, they no longer had boys diving, which I found kind of unique, because if you go to Illinois or Minnesota, you will see diving competitions in the neighboring states.
Yeah, and like when you're in club too, you'll have a lot of guy divers. So there is some guy divers, they just obviously can't compete for high school, so they'll do club and stuff like that.
A lot of them come from a gymnastics background. Is that kind of where you got into it? Or?
I bet 95% of those divers sitting over there were former gymnasts. Yep. Not all the time, but.
All the divers on my college team at University of Nevada, Las Vegas were all former gymnasts that got hurt or they came from another sport into diving during their high school years.
That's exactly what I was too. I was a former gymnast, and then I decided to do diving.
A little better landings in the water. Yeah.
A little bit easier on your body. And I know my team, all but one of us, for University of Northern Iowa, all but one of us were former gymnasts, so out of 7.
And
so
people don't realize, international level gymnastics, especially for girls, there's 100% injury rate. They've all have had some injury before they get to that level. So.
Yeah, you don't go through gymnastics without getting some kind of injury.
Yeah. So it looks like we're getting divers staged here for their parade.
Getting in their order over there.
The officials are also getting it. And we will use the electronic scoring system, so it's a lot faster than, and it tabulates quicker than the old card system that you see at some college meets and high school meets. So it caught me off guard when they moved it over here and they implemented that system, because I remember diving, in the 90s taking a lot longer time, and now that they got
because they used to write them all down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then, you had 2 or 3 people over there crunching the numbers. Now they're going to tabulate them. It looks like a little handheld remote control.
Yeah.
And they'll kind of tabulate them through a computer so they get right to the next round.
It makes the meet go a lot faster.
Oh, yeah.
I know when it breaks, it makes the meet take a little bit longer. So.
Well, and at D3, the conference meet, American Rivers Conference, we still use the cards. So someone has to plug the scores into the computer, but it still has a computer system checking it, you know. But
I feel like as a diver, that would be hard just because you're having to wait just that much longer, you know?
Well, I remember that was like my break from, you know, if I had the 200 free relay and other events, I was always like, okay, I get a little break in here before the 100 breaststroke coming up.
Oh, yeah, I know the swimmers love those breaks. I love when they're like at meets when they're sitting on like the side of the pool and their feet are just like kicking in the water. I love when that happens.
The college meets, so they'll have diving warming up while swimming's winding down. If you're ever in like a 50-meter format, and then diving kind of runs a little separately. But. All right, we're getting ready to go here.
In the city of Marshalltown, welcome you to the Marshalltown YMCA, YWCA, and the Linda Bloom Natatorium for the 2024 Iowa Girls State Diving Competition. Presenting this year's state diving competitors. Miranda Gagne from Ankeny. Miley Dirks from Dowling Catholic. Campbell Doppler from Bettendorf. Tessa Carnes from Waukee Northwest. Tori Sletland from Linn-Mar. Bailey Mahoney from Waukee Northwest. Brenna Gladney from Dowling Catholic. Avery Winter from Waukee Northwest. Cameron Russell from Grinnell BGM Baxter. Jason Kurtz from Davenport West. Chloe Spargrove from Cedar Falls. Emily Braunschweig Norris from Southeast Polk. Peyton Ryan from Dubuque Senior. Nora Nicole from Grinnell BGM Baxter. Franny Dell from Waterloo. Rowan Russell from Iowa City West. Abigail Reed from West Des Moines Valley. Audra Doty from Southeast Polk. Hayden Hughes from West Des Moines Valley. Molly Engelman from Ames. Camilla Swanson from Iowa City West. Reese Taylor from Algona. Holly Hetzer from Southeast Polk. Delaney O'Connor from Fort Dodge. Ellie Caparos from Cedar Falls. Kate Hauser from Marshalltown. Abby Schoeneman from Cedar Falls. Eliza Schmidt from Waukee. Ari Stewart from Pleasant Valley. Lucy York from Ames. Neely Street from Waukee. And Audrey Dowd from Dowling Catholic. Those are your state diving competitors for 2024. At this time, I would like to ask you to please stand, remove your hats, and we will have the playing of the national anthem sung by Mary Jo Hunt, Veronica Juarez, Natalie Coronado, and winner Bonasan, all from Marshalltown High School.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose vast skies and bright stars through the perilous fight
Another live.
Thank you very much.
good
Our diving
rendition
competition will begin in 3 minutes.
That's saying another live rendition of the national anthem for us. So. Get the divers lined up. The officials are just getting into place. Now, if you want to talk a little bit how they score these, with people that aren't familiar with diving.
Yeah, so everyone has an 11 dive list that they plan to do today, and each of those dives has a difficulty with it. So some difficulties, it obviously depends on how hard the dive is, will be the higher the difficulty. And they'll take the difficulty of the dive, and the diver will do the dive, and then the judges will score it, and they'll take the average 3 scores, and they'll add those 3 numbers up, and then they'll multiply by the difficulty of that dive.
The degree of difficulty. And so we have 3 judges on each side and then a ref. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So if there's a failed dive, the 2 officials have to.
They'll talk.
They'll have to agree
yep.
on it.
And then they'll just make their decision.
401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
Diver from Ankeny here.
Starting with a back dive straight. Today the judges will be looking for a lot of entries, a lot of clean, no splash entries.
It's like her feet were together. And
Yeah.
See what the scores are here.
I'm kind of confused though. It says 201A and that's back dive straight, and she just did inward.
You know
so
what?
I don't know.
Andrea's here talking to the officials.
Yeah, I don't know if. Oh, there they go. I think it was
the
just
right
written
dive
down
for
wrong
them.
on there. I think she did the right dive.
Yeah, you don't want to screw up the math, right?
For a second, I was like, oh.
All right, so now they'll get the scores.
It's taken a minute because they had to change the dive. It was wrong on the board. There they go. 27 points.
27.0. Second diver, Miley Dirks from Dowling Catholic. 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
Dowling wearing those bedazzled suits.
Oh, yeah.
You don't see that in the swimming competition.
Nope. They're always so fun. Just a little over. She got really high off the board there.
Doppler, Bettendorf, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
Well, that was very nice. That'll score pretty high. That dive, a lot of times divers will go really far back, but she
Tessa
was
Carnes,
right over
Joaquin
the board.
Northwest,
Right
401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
I just get a little scared from our angle that they're going to hit their head, but that's just the dad in me.
My dad used to get so nervous when I was in high school. Well, he probably still does, but he used to tell me he'd get really nervous.
Oh,
that was really nice. She didn't jump too high, but it went right in, so that should score pretty well. A lot of people will start with this inward dive because it's just a good dive that they can complete pretty well.
Inward
good dive to
pipe,
shake out some of those
1.5.
nerves.
Yeah, I remember when Greg Louganis hit his head in the prelims of the 8-8 Olympics.
I don't remember that.
Still some. Yeah, you weren't around.
Yeah.
Still somehow won the gold medal.
Yeah, I did hear about it though, many times. That was really nice. Seeing a lot of this 401B.
33.0, Bailey Mahoney, Joaquin Northwest, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
That was really nice. She's one fighting for the spot to be in the top 6, so.
Okay.
30.75, Brenna Gladney, Dowling Catholic, 201B, back dive, pipe, 1.6.
You can see the bling from here.
Yeah.
Very nice. It's one of Dowling's 3 divers they have.
$35.2, Avery Winter, Joaquin Northwest, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
What's also interesting is the school can only have 3 divers compete at regionals. So then there's can only be 3 divers to make
That's the
state.
state, yeah.
So it's pretty cool when there is 3.
Oh, the same at swimming, and then you only get 1 relay.
26.25, Cameron Russell, Grinnell BGM Baxter, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
Now, do you still dive in a swim cap?
No,
No?
they started doing that after I left them, actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. They did not do that when I was there. They said it doesn't affect their hair as much.
Yeah.
That was really nice.
We've seen it more and more the last like 10 years. I think.
37.5,
Cameron's the one hoping
Kason
to get
Kurtz,
top 2
Davenport
today,
West,
so.
201A, back dive, straight, 1.7.
That was nice. Feet separated a little bit, but otherwise that was a clean entry.
How much of a deduction is that? If the feet are
32.3.
About a point or 2.
Chloe Spargrove, Cedar Falls, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
That was nice. Seen a lot of very nice inward dives today. A lot of times, when it's your first dive, you get pretty
34.5.
nervous and you'll
Emmy
push back a
Braunschweig
lot,
Norris,
but they're
Southeast
not.
Pope, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
Ooh, that was nice. Does she have bling on her swimsuit too? Looks like it.
Right? Yeah.
33.75, Peyton Ryan, Dubuque Senior, 103B,
Yep, a little
forward, 1.5
bedazzled
somersault,
part there.
pipe, 1.7.
Ooh, that was very nice. You can tell she was a former gymnast.
Yeah.
The way she flips.
30.6, Nora Nicole, Grinnell BGM Baxter, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
Nora's another one hoping to make the top 6, so. That was nice. It was a little short, but overall clean entry.
34.85,
That scored pretty well.
Franny Dell, Waterloo, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Waterloo has the bling too. That's nice.
And she's a lone diver for the Waterloo School District there.
32.25. Rowan Russell, Iowa City West. 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
That was good. Just a little bit short.
27.2, Abigail Reed, West Des Moines Valley. 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
Been seeing a lot of those inward dives, but she's gonna do an inwards, but 1.5 flips instead of just a dive. It's a pretty cool dive to start with. Ooh, and that was nice. Key on this dive is a fast throw.
42.9, Audra Doty, Southeast Polk, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Very nice.
27.75, Hayden Hughes, West Des Moines Valley, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
I think this is the first reverse category we've seen. Everyone else has been doing
Forwards.
yeah, or inwards. There's 5 categories in diving, and this is one that we haven't seen yet. This is actually the hardest category to learn. Ooh. It's a little close to the board, so a lot of times the judges don't like to see that just because it's very dangerous.
21.6, Molly Engelman, Ames, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Lifeguards as well.
Yes. Maybe parents too. That's nice. A little short. When you go through the water, you do like a flip under the water, and she kind of did the flip just a little bit early.
29.25.
Does that add a little splash then?
Camilla
Yeah.
Swanson, Iowa City West. 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
She's the other one that's supposed to get top 2 today. She's actually committed to Iowa.
Another Hawkeye, huh?
Yes. I think signing day was just a couple days ago.
Wednesday,
Wednesday, yeah.
41.65. Reese Taylor, Algona. 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Sending text and looking all over social media to try to see who signed where.
Yeah.
Kudos to the coaches that got back to me.
Uh-huh. Oh, that was really nice. I'm really impressed with everyone's inward dives. A lot of times, especially in high school, they'll be
33.75.
halfway across the pool, but they're
Holly Hetzer,
getting up
Is that
there.
one of the
Southeast
first
Polk,
ones?
103B,
What?
forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Aren't those some of the first you learn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I'd say a front dive, which is what that inward dive we've been seeing, but forwards.
Right.
That'll be like the first one, but that was really nice.
35.7. Delaney O'Connor, Fort Dodge, 103C, forward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 1.6.
That's nice. She got pretty high off the board. She needed just a little tighter tuck, though.
25.6. Ella Caparos, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
Getting all those inward dives out of the way. I didn't realize how many started with an inward dive. When I was in high school, I did start with an inward dive, but I didn't realize how many others did that.
You started a trend.
28.5. Kate Hauser, Marshalltown, 301B, reverse dive, pipe, 1.7.
Just another reverse. This one, oh, that was very nice. This category can oftentimes be hard to learn because you're jumping, but you're also going back towards the board, so mentally it can be tough.
36.55.
That's a good dive.
Abby Schoeneman, Cedar Falls, 103B, inward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7. Yep, Abby Schoeneman. It's 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
One of 3 divers from Cedar Falls here in action.
That's pretty good. A little bit loose through the air, but other than that, that was a pretty good dive.
28.9. Eliza Schmidt, Waukee, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
That might have been a little close. She was very tight, though.
.5. R.E. Stewart, Pleasant Valley, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
You'll kind of notice some of the scores are a little bit all over the place, but that's why they take the middle 3, kind of average it out. That was nice. A little far out, but that was a clean entry.
32.3. Lucy York, Ames, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
That's also why you have judges on both sides of the pool in case they see something a little different.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're closer, you can see how close they are better than obviously when you're farther away. So.
.05. Neely Street, Waukee, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
Our first twister we've seen. That was nice. Her legs were bent, but in a twister, it's a free position, so you can twist whatever position you want.
35.2. Audrey Dowd, Dowling Catholic, 201B back dive, pipe 1.6.
Last diver in the first round. Audrey Dowd actually didn't dive last year, and she's currently in the top 3, so that's pretty cool.
Injury or was
I think she just wanted to do other things.
mental break?
Yep.
31.2.
Came back for senior year.
Looks like a good score there.
Yeah.
Miranda Gagne, 103B,
Actually did club
forward,
with her
1.5 somersault, pipe,
for a while.
1.7.
So round 2.
Yes.
$29.75. Miley Dirks, 403C, forward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
This round you'll see some of the divers' harder rounds. Normally they'll start with easier one, and then their second one they try to get one of their harder ones out of the way. So it's always a fun round to watch. It's a little short. Came out just a little bit early.
29.7.
Scored pretty well though.
Campbell Doppler, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice.
$45.1. Tessa Carnes, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
So last round we saw a lot of the inward dives. This time we'll see a lot of the inward 1.5 is what Tessa's doing right now. A lot of times they'll do that for like a lead up. They'll start with the inward dive and then they'll go to the inward 1.5 for round 2. That's good.
$39.6. Tori Sletland, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That's good.
$41.8. Bailey Mahoney, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
Said it already, but the key to this dive is keeping your head up and throwing really, really fast off the board. If you don't get a fast throw, it's really hard to make. That was nice.
$42.9. Brenna Gladney, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 2.3.
I think this is our first one in the back category we've seen. She'll do a back 1.5, pike position. She'll keep her legs straight. Nice. Just a little short. Otherwise, she was very tight through the air.
37.95. Avery Winter, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
You'll see a lot of divers doing this dive in the tuck position, but you'll see a couple today that'll do it in the pike position. And that's a little bit harder because you got to keep your legs straight as you're trying to throw fast towards the board. That was a good dive.
45.1, Cameron Russell. 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. She was a little bit crooked, but I don't know if the judges saw that or not.
48.4.
Looks like they didn't.
Payson Kurtz.
Maybe one.
5-2, 2-1D. Back
Yeah, maybe
somersault,
one.
half twist, free, 1.7.
Will be a back twister.
Got that foot taped up, so might have had a
Yeah,
tendon or a ankle injury there, a joint injury.
yeah. A lot of times that can come from gymnastics.
28.05, Chloe Spargrove, 104C. Forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
Or slipping in the parking lot on the way to school.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah.
She's gonna do a double, so she'll do 2 flips here. That was wow.
Set down
That's
a
a good
little
kick out.
bit.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. So that was about 1/10 of a point, maybe?
Yeah, maybe about
37.4.
That dive's hard
Emmy
to kick out on because you have to
Norris.
kick at the perfect time because you're
103D,
landing on your
forward,
feet.
1.5
So.
somersault, pike, 1.7.
That was nice. See, she had a hop hurdle, and that's when they do a hop before they'll actually take a step on the board, and that gets you just a little bit higher on the board.
31.45. Peyton Ryan, 104C, double, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. She did grab the back of her legs, which that's a very gymnastics thing. The hard part about going from gymnastics to diving is you do have to figure out how to grab in front.
Okay.
That can be tricky to learn.
104B, forward, double somersault, pike, 2.3.
It's actually a newer dive for Nora. Pretty nice. She was a little bit forward on the board, so she had to hang on to that before she kicked, but she did pretty well with that.
39.1, Franny Dell, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. Nice entry. She was a little bit further back. The judges want to see you just a little bit closer to the board.
39.6, Rowan Russell, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
That was a nice clean entry.
33.15, Abigail Reed, 203C, back, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.0.
Another one of those optional dives, the little harder dives. Got a 2.0 difficulty. That was a nice kick, just a little bit early. That's what made her be a little bit short on that dive.
.26.0, Audra Doty, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
A lot of times divers choose for this front 1.5 to be their first dive that they're doing with like a hurdle, which is jumping off the board. And that's just because it's one of the easier hurdle dives that you do, so it's a good lead up for their harder dives to come.
28.9, Hayden Hughes, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was just a little bit short. She was short enough that she wasn't able to do this somersault underwater, so that's hard to make a...
You pulled the legs in.
Yes.
Yeah.
26.4, Molly Engelman, 402C, inward somersault, tuck, 1.6.
Just gonna land on her feet here. Nice. Just a little bit forward. Her chest was leaning just a little bit forwards. So that is what caused the splash there.
27.2, Camilla Swanson, 103B, forward, 2.5 somersault, pike, 2.6.
This will be one of the harder dives we see today. Not too many girls in high school do this dive. Do 2.5 somersaults with her legs nice and straight piked. Very nice.
Pretty good.
Yeah, just a little bit over, but overall, pretty good dive.
Degree of difficulty is going to get that.
Yes.
A lot of points. Not as high as
46.8.
There you go.
Reese Taylor,
Nice dive.
103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Senior looking to win this today, so that was a pretty good dive. And Reese. That's a nice entry. Her legs, I think, came apart just a little bit, but we'll see if the judges notice that.
.3, Holly Hetzer, 104B, forward, double somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was really nice. I think she's currently ranked second after regionals, so it's a really good dive.
48.3, Delaney O'Connor, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
This right here is the hardest dive to learn. And I don't think I'm biased on this. It's a little short.
Well, the sequence is pretty tough, right?
What?
The sequence of movements is toughest,
Yes.
right?
It's hard because you're trying to flip, but you can't flip.
No.
You can't pull it back because the board's there, so
I've heard Coach Tony at Co talk about that one.
Yes. But once it clicks, it's actually a pretty fun dive.
Occasionally run into
Yes.
him when he's finishing up and I'm getting ready to run my practice. We got to move the flags back. You know?
Yep. I think they're discussing.
I haven't seen the officials discuss.
14.7.
Maybe there's something with the system.
Yeah.
Ella Kaplaros, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
Well, it wasn't a failed dive, but it
Nope.
scored. So.
Scored pretty low. That was good. She threw her head back. So once you throw your head back on a dive like that, it's hard to know where you're at in the air. So that's why it was a little bit short.
37.95. Kate Hauser, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
Kate's here in our hometown today. She's from Marshalltown, so it's kind of fun. Ooh, that was really nice. She just threw her head out in the beginning, but that was a good entry.
.95. Abby Schoeneman, 104C, double, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was a good dive. Her hop was a little bit close to the end of the board, so she kind of ran out of room there. That's why she was pretty forward on that double. But she saved it pretty well.
29.7. Eliza Schmidt, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. Her rotation was a little bit slow, but overall a good dive.
38.5. Ari Stewart, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was a nice dive, just a little bit over, which caused the splash. A lot of divers will start by doing a double, but eventually the goal will be to do a 2.5 because it's easier to not make such
Lucy
a
York.
big splash.
104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That's nice.
.4, Neely Street, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
That was really high. Nice entry as well.
33.15, Audrey Dowd, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 2.3.
That was a good dive. She leaned back before she got her arms circled through, so that caused her to fall back quite a bit, but
37.95.
Swap out some of the judges here.
We'll switch
We
every
start-
2 rounds.
Start round 3.
Miranda Gagne, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
They used to have all the officials judge the whole meet, and that kind of got crazy, so. That was a nice dive. She did grab the back of her legs, which, like I said earlier, is a gymnastics thing, so transferring between gymnastics and diving can be a little tricky.
36.3. Miley Dirks, 301B, reverse dive, pipe, 1.7.
Where do you unlearn that? In the foam pit or with a mat?
You kind of just have
Gotta do
to
it in the pool.
go for it, yeah. I mean, if you have access to a pit, I mean, you can try it there, but it's hard because in gymnastics you are taught to grab below like that, so.
Yeah.
That was nice. Her feet were a little bit off the end of the board, so she saved that pretty well. It's hard to do a reverse when your
28.9.
feet are off the board.
Campbell Doppler, 5-2-2-3-D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Be another twister. She'll twist 1.5 times and land on her feet. Nice. This is a nice dive for a lot of girls who do gymnastics because it's high in difficulty, but it's very, very similar to what you do in gymnastics. So
103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
that was nice. Her last step was a little bit too far back, so that caused her to not get as high of a jump as she could have.
28.05. Tori Sletland, 5-2-2-1-D, back somersault, half twist, free, 1.7.
Another twister dive. A lot of girls either love this dive or very dislike it. It's hard to teach twisting, so it's something that takes a while to click and it can get frustrating, or it just clicks right away. So it kind of depends on the diver.
31.45. Bailey Mahoney, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 1.7.
That was nice. Her feet separated just a little bit, but that won't be too big of a deduction.
34.0. Brenna Gladney, 5-2-2-3-D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Nice. That was a pretty good dive. Another twister dive.
43.7. Avery Winter, 201B, back dive, pipe, 1.6. (201B) back dive, pipe, 1.6.
This will be what's called a voluntary dive, so it will just be a dive that she'll just go straight in, and you're required to do 5 of the voluntary dives and 6 of the optional harder dives.
(30.4) Cameron Russell, 5-1-3-2-D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
Cameron's about to do a front twister. She'll twist 1 time and then she'll go right to her head. That was very nice.
Good.
Yes. The only thing is her hands weren't all the way grabbed, so that was caused a little splash, but otherwise that was a great dive.
49.5. Kason Kurtz,
Put her in the lead
401B,
by quite a
inward
bit.
dive,
We
height
haven't finished the round yet,
1.5.
but that was nice.
29.25. Chloe Spargrove, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist free, 1.9.
This will be a forward twist. She'll land on her feet though for this one. The goal is always to land on your head, if possible, just because it would make less of a splash if you do, but
33.25.
Yeah,
Gotta
a
lead
couple
up.
that go to the
Braunschweig
feet.
Norris.
yep.
105C, forward, 2.5 somersault, tuck, 2.4.
She's gonna flip 2.5 times here, but she'll do, Camilla did it in a pike position, she'll do it in like a tuck position, so. Wow, that was very, very nice. You
48.0.
don't see dives like that too often in high
Peyton
school.
Ryan, 5122D, forward, somersault, 1 twist free, 1.9.
That was nice. She didn't get all the height she could have because she wasn't patient enough on the board, but overall that was a good dive.
27.55. Nora Nickel, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Fun fact, I was at practice the day Nora learned this dive her freshman year.
There you go.
It's a pretty exciting day. That was very nice.
She's one of 2 divers for Grinnell.
34.5. Franny Dell, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
Trained at the Grinnell College.
Yes,
Pool
very
there.
nice pool.
Yeah.
It was a really good dive. Normally, a lot of times you'll see them go really far over or be really short on a somersault like that, but that was pretty straight in.
29.6. Rowan Russell, 203C, back, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.0.
It's another optional dive. One of those harder dives. Very nice. The key to that dive is to keep your head in and look at the board so that you know when to kick out, and she did just that.
30.0. Abigail Reed, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
She's gonna do a reverse 1.5. That is a pretty hard dive. Very nice. Just a little bit short, but overall that was a pretty good dive.
$36.75. Audra Doty, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
was nice. She'd grab the back of her legs though, so that can make it hard to make it
Was
straight
that a
in.
little further away from the board?
33.0.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
103C. Forward
A lot of
1.5
times if you're not
somersault,
on the end of the board, you have to
1.6.
keep your arms up for as long as possible so that you get straight up instead of out, because the board's automatically going to push you out anyways.
Yeah,
so
kind of flings you.
yeah, it's kind of figuring out the timing and control with that. I still work on it every day, so.
Yeah. You'll see these divers moving that fulcrum around too to either make the board less springy or more springy.
Yeah, the farther back it goes, the bouncier the board is. So a lot of times on like hurdle dives, they'll put it further back because they want a higher jump. But when they do like facing backwards towards the end of the board, they'll put it up a little bit.
Anyone else stiffer?
29.6. Molly Engelman. 104C. Forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
See, the scores right now are all really, really close. Again, grab the back of her legs, so that makes it hard to kick. In gymnastics, that's easier because you're landing on the ground. But when you're trying to kick to go into the water, it's easier to grab the front of your legs.
Camilla
It's a hard
Swanson.
transition to make.
303B. Reverse 1.5 somersault, pipe, 2.4.
This will be another one of the harder dives we'll see today. Well, that was nice. She was a little bit turned going into the water. I don't know if the judges will see that, but we'll see. A couple of them might have
46.8.
noticed.
Reese Taylor.
Her stomach was
403C.
facing
Inward,
a couple of the
1.5
judges, so.
somersault, tuck, 2.2.
Well, that was a nice entry. Her feet split just a little bit in that kick, but she got them together going through the water, so that's pretty cool.
.2. Holly Hetzer, 403B, inward, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 2.4.
Camilla and Cameron are within 0.2 of each other, so it's pretty close. Oh wow, that was a really nice dive. That'll score very well. She was nice and tight.
Wearing some of that physio tape on that shoulder.
52.8.
A lot of times when
Delaney
you're going in the
O'Connor,
water over and over
403C,
again, like your
inward,
elbows and
1.5
shoulders will
somersault,
get
tuck,
tight, so I wonder if it's from
2.2.
that.
Or tendon, maybe.
Yeah.
Which, it's illegal in swimming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's faster than the skin.
Oh,
So,
I didn't know that.
yeah.
Ooh. She landed on her head. If she didn't get her arms all the way through.
Yeah, the officials are coming over the top. But in swimming, the physio tape and it adds compression, so you don't see it in championship meets.
Oh. I wonder if this will be an incomplete dive or not. I don't think so because her head hit first, but
So then
I think they're going to
they'd
score
it, but it might score a
it'll
little
score
low.
it'll score pretty low. That's kind of hard in your head though when you don't get your hands up because you're just all the impact is going right to the head. So
I've done that on my mountain bike a few times. It's not fun
Nope.
on land either.
I've done it on the 3-meter board. It's not fun
12.1.
either. I see
Ella
someone
Caparos,
failed that dive there, but the others scored
301A,
it.
reverse dive, straight, 1.8.
Judge 7 here. But she did enough to get a score. So.
Yes.
This is Ella.
That was a nice dive. She was a little bit turned going into the water. A lot of times with those reverse dives like that, the diver will turn because they're
27.9.
cautious of hitting the board,
Kate
so they'll
Hauser,
turn a little bit.
5132D. Forward, 1.5
Is that more
somersault,
core strength or
one
just
twist, free,
how you come off the board?
2.2.
It's kind of how you come off the board. I go to the right every time I do a reversed. It's slowly getting better, but I go to the right a lot of times because I just like am cautious of hitting the board. I know I'm not going to. I can tell myself that 100 times, but mentally it's just always there.
Are you right-handed?
Yes.
That's your dominant side.
38.5.
Yep.
Abby Schoenemann, 402C.
So what meets?
Inward somersault, tuck, 1.6.
My college meets, the divers or the judges are all on the same side, so I'll always pick the board farthest away from them.
Good call. Hedge your bets.
Yep. That's a nice dive. She's pretty straight up and down. The splash then again is just coming from landing on your feet. It's hard to go right through the
Control
water.
that,
Yes.
30.4. Eliza Schmidt, 103B. Forward, 1.5 somersault,
But
pipe,
you see those on 1
1.7.
meter, the feet first dive. You don't really see them much on 3 meter.
Yeah, 3 meter. The only dive that you would do on 3 meter that would land on your feet would be like an inward double.
Right.
So we saw at the beginning a lot of those inward dives would be like an inward 2 flips. They'll do that on 3 meter. Otherwise, every time it's
Yeah,
to your head.
I just noticed from college meets, you
Yeah.
don't see that on 3 meters.
It's very dangerous.
30.6. Lucy York, 5122D. Forward somersault,
that.
1
Holly's
twist, free, 1.9.
Ahead of Cameron and Kamala right now. It's only the 3rd round, so
I'm
a lot can
sorry.
happen, but
It's Ari Stewart, 401B. Inward dive, pike, 1.5.
that was a nice entry. She was a little bit far back for what the judges are looking for, but overall that was a pretty good dive.
31.5. Lucy York, 5122D. Forward somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
Oh, that was nice. That was a good entry, especially for landing on your feet.
$33.25. Neely Street, 203B. Back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was a good entry. She did throw her head back, but she found that entry pretty well.
$44.85. Audrey Dowd, 5223D. Back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Last diver for round 3 here. Do a back 1.5 twist to her feet. That was nice. She had just a little bit too much rotation, but that'll score pretty well.
Yeah, they're one of those Dowling divers, so we'll finish round 3.
40.25.
2 more rounds and we make the first.
Miranda
cutoff.
Gagne, 201A. Back dive straight, 1.7. $26.35. Miley Dirks, 5-2-2-3D, back somersault, 1.5 twist, free, 2.3.
That's good. That was a little bit short. She didn't get her arms through all the way off the board, so that's hard to get enough rotation to make it go straight in. So it was just a little short.
40.25. Campbell Doppler, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
That was nice. It was a little bit far out, but she had a pretty good entry there. A lot of times when the divers go a little bit far out, it's because they were leaned forward going off the board. So
104C,
the board's already going to push
forward,
you out, but when you lean
somersault,
forward,
tuck,
you're going to fling out just a little bit.
What's the ideal spot? About 5 feet from the board?
Yeah.
6 feet?
Kind of depends on the dive, too. There's always like a good safe distance. I mean, there's like a range
Right.
that can be good distance. That dive was a pretty good distance. Because you don't want to be too close, but you don't want to be
33.0.
too far.
Tori Sletland, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7. .45, Bailey Mahoney, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was a nice entry. She did lean back quite a bit, but she had a pretty good entry on that one. Scored pretty well.
42.55, Brenna Gladney, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist free, 1.9.
That was a nice dive. When she was twisting, her arms in the air were down, and that oftentimes can be hard to fully get the rotation around, but she's pretty good at that.
34.2, Avery Winter, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was good. Her shoulders, or her elbows kind of hit before her hands did, so that's what caused the splash, but that was pretty good timing.
41.4, Cameron Russell, 105C, forward, 2.5 somersault, tuck, 2.4.
Another one of those optional dives. She'll do 2.5 flips in the tuck position.
How many optional dives do you get to choose from?
Whoa, that's a really good dive. So, any, like you can always add another flip or another twist, but a lot of times divers will only pick from like a certain few because those are the ones they can.
54.0.
That was a really nice dive.
103C, forward, 1.5 somersault,
Eight,
tuck,
sevens all the way
1.6.
through there.
You can see
8.5 one.
Yeah. That was a good dive. She was a little bit arched going through the water, but that was a pretty good dive otherwise.
26.4. Chloe Spargrove, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
was nice. She threw just a little bit to the side, so then it was, and she put her head down, so that's hard to see where you're going.
Slid in a little.
Yeah.
30.8. Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist free, 2.2.
That's a hard dive, so that was she did that pretty well. A little splashy, but.
38.5. Peyton Ryan, 5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twist, free, 2.3.
Was nice. She didn't oscillate, move her feet up and down on the board at all before she went, so that so she must have just transferred from gymnastics to diving, because a lot of times when you first learn, you're just going to throw it right off the board because that's what you do in gymnastics.
403C,
So,
inward,
but she did that pretty well.
1.5 somersault,
She's nice
tuck,
and tight through the air.
2.2.
So far, all the divers we've seen do an inward dive before this inward 1.5 that Nora's about to do. But, wow, that was really nice too. 2 good dives for Grinnell this round.
47.3. Franny Dell, 104B, forward, double somersault, pike, 2.3.
She did not get enough throw on that one, so that's what caused the smack. I think she got the bottom of her legs. That doesn't always feel great. They'll score it, though, because their feet hit first.
20.7.
Ooh,
Rowan
6.
Russell, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
Another one of those harder dives, the reverse 1.5 we've seen a couple times today. A little short. Overall, pretty good dive. She kept her head in, which is the most important part, so. Sometimes divers will do that in
Abigail
pike.
Reed,
And
104C,
that can be harder to make around, 'cause
forward,
you're
double
trying to go
somersault,
back,
tuck,
but also keep your legs
2.2.
straight. That was really nice. She controlled that well for landing on your feet.
.5. Audra Doty, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was a good entry. She didn't get quite the throw you're looking for on that dive, but she had a pretty good entry.
38.5. Hayden Hughes, 202A, back somersault, straight, 1.7.
The 202A is a back somersault straight, so she'll do one flip backwards and she'll keep her body nice and straight. That was a good dive. She was a little far back and didn't quite get the rotation she wanted, but that'll still score pretty well.
23.8, Molly Engelman, 5222D, back somersault, one twist, free, 1.9.
I don't think I've ever seen this dive in a meet before. She's gonna do a back twist and she'll land facing the board.
That's the brightest aim suit I've seen all day, too.
Yeah, it's really bright. A lot of times when people do compete that dive, it's because they did that in gymnastics. So a lot of times, normally when you do a back twist, you're not going to end up facing towards the board again. But
Camilla Swanson,
it's a good lead up for her to eventually do the
5331D, reverse, 1.5 somersault,
scored 6 to 5.5,
free, 2.2.
4.5 will get thrown out.
Yeah. This is a reverse twister. This is a really hard dive to learn. You're doing like the reverse like we've seen before, but then you're also twisting. Done beautifully though.
That's one of the divers you highlighted.
Yes. Yeah, she's supposed to get first or second hopefully today.
Going after the top of the podium.
And that put her in second.
48.4, Reese Taylor,
Right now Cameron is
5132D,
leading. The round is not
forward,
over though.
1.5 somersault, one twist, free, 2.2.
Yeah, but they're separating as far as the overall scores.
yeah.
There.
By quite a bit already too.
So over a 25-point gap there.
That was a good entry. She was a little bit loose through the air, but that was a good entry.
.4, Holly Hetzer, 5124D, forward somersault, two twists, free, 2.3.
She was the one leading after last round, so we'll see what happens here.
And some of these judges are also coaching here today. So
Yes.
they'll swap out here after this round.
That was really nice. She stays really tight through the air. A lot of times in high school, you don't see people staying that tight through the air. A lot of times that's something the college coaches have to be like,
Delaney
straight legs,
O'Connor,
windows.
5121D, forward somersault, half twist, free, 1.7.
Holly's in second now. You could see she was falling forwards a little bit on that dive, but she saved it pretty well. Her arms, when she went up on the hurdle,
21.25.
went a little bit forwards, and oftentimes
Ella
when that happens, you're going to
Caparros,
fly forwards.
5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
That was a good dive. She just had a little bit too much rotation, which is pretty common on that dive.
34.5, Kate Hauser, 5233D, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.5.
Kate was teammates with Abby Tolston, who won this meet last year. Abby Tolston's now diving at Iowa State, so pretty cool.
.0, Abby Schoeneman, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was good. She had her head down on the entry, And then you have your head down on the entry. That'll cause a extra splash, so that's why there's a little splash there.
44.0.
Still scored very well.
Eliza Schmidt, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
It's a good entry.
.6, R.E. Stewart, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
I said before, but a lot of people are getting their inwards out of the way in this first, before the break, before they'll do the cut, because a lot of times these will score them.
Well, get you to the next round, right?
Mm-hmm, yep.
29.7, Lucy York,
Because they cut quite a few after
5124D,
the first
forward
round compared to what they do the
somersault,
second
2
round.
twists,
They cut
free,
12
2.3.
the first round, which is quite a few. It does make it easier, though, for the divers that make the cut, because they don't have to wait as long before their next dive. That was a good twister. Her feet were crossed through the air, so that'll lose a couple points, but she overall was pretty tight.
36.8, Neely Street, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2. .0, Audrey Dowd, 403C, inward,
Scored
1.5
really well.
somersault, tuck, 2.2. .2.
All right, so we're going to swap out the judges here again. Rotate through the initial team of judges for this round, and then we'll have the first cut where we'll go from 32 to 20 divers.
Miranda Gagne, 5231D, back, 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
Final round before we'll take a break and do cuts. That was a back twister. You could see our view. You could see her back going through the water. So a lot of times you'll get a deduction for that.
.1, Miley Dirks, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pipe, 2.3.
That was a nice dive, a pretty clean entry. She didn't get her arms all the way through, but that'll score pretty well.
44.85, Campbell Doppler, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
She got some good spring on that one.
42.9, Tessa Carnes. 5-2-2-3D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Well, that was a nice dive. Landing on your feet, that was pretty straight in.
39.1, Tori Sletland. 104B, forward double somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was a really nice hurdle. She just didn't get all the way around, so otherwise that was a pretty good dive. Sometimes that can hurt when you catch your feet like that.
Bailey Mahoney, 5-2-3-3D, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.5.
This is one of the harder dives we will see today. You're going to do 1.5 twist and 1.5 flips, so she'll end up landing on her head. The key to this dive is a fast arm swing, and you gotta twist really fast. That's pretty nice. She didn't get her arms all the way through on the beginning, so she had to bend her knees to make it around, but overall that was a pretty good dive.
42.5, Brenna Gladney, 104C, forward double somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. Good entry.
.7, Avery Winter, 5-2-3-1D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
It's going to be a back half twist to her head. This dive is hard to learn because you want to throw it back really far, but you got to stay over the board as much as possible. And she bent her legs there, but like I said before, in a twister you can be in a free position, so you are allowed to bend your knees. It just looks a little prettier when your legs are straight.
37.8, Cameron Russell, 5-2-3-3D, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, free, 2.5.
It's another one of those harder dives. Same one we saw a couple dives before. Cameron had a really good last dive, so hopefully she keeps that up. Well, that was really nice. Nice entry. Again, she did bend her legs, but you are allowed to do that in a twister dive. This should score pretty well.
Yeah,
50.0.
Yes.
Kason
allowed to with no deductions.
301A, reverse
Correct.
dive,
Yeah.
straight, 1.8.
Nice. A lot of times divers will do that dive in a straight position because the degree of difficulty is just a little bit higher than in pike and tuck.
32.4.
So sometimes if
Chloe
they need that extra
Spargo,
difficulty, they'll choose to do it in the
5-2-2-3-D,
straight
back
position.
somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Let's be another back twister. She'll land on her feet this time. This is a good dive. She was a little bit over-rotated, but that'll score pretty well.
.25, Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was really nice. A little bit far back, but that'll score very well. That entry was super, super clean.
46.2. Peyton Ryan, 402C, inward somersault, tuck, 1.6.
That was a very nice dive. She didn't oscillate, so she didn't get as high as she could have, but overall, that was a clean entry.
28.8. Nora Nickel, 5231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
I noticed it. At college meets, they sometimes play music during the diving.
Yeah, high school meets are a lot more quiet than
championships,
college meets. Yeah. In high school meets, it's always like everyone has to be quiet. They can't cheer, they can't. But in college, they're cheering. And in high school, a lot of times if like a bottle falls or someone says something, the diver can turn to the judges and be like, can I
reset?
Yeah, reset, redo.
5223D,
they'll let you,
back
but
somersault,
college
1.5
doesn't.
twist,
They-
free, 2.3.
No sad in there. At least D3 level, the dual meets, they play music at a low level during the diving competition.
Yeah. D1 they do as well. Sometimes, like especially if it's live streamed, obviously they have to be careful with that. But like we can
copyright,
play, we can play it quietly, just by where we're all sitting. That was a good dive. She was a little bit loose through the air and leaned back on the start, but that'll still score well.
35.65. Rowan Russell, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was nice. In high school, it used to be a rule that you couldn't oscillate more than 4 times in Iowa. I wonder if they got rid of that rule.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that was a deduction if you do that.
37.4.
I think it depends on the official.
Abigail
Because
Reed,
I'd go to some meets and
201A,
it would
back
be a big
dive
thing,
straight,
and then other meets.
1.7.
Is it different with USA Diving and NCAA's?
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter at all. You just can't oscillate for more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes to, once they announce your dive, to get set.
To get ready.
Yeah. Oscillating for 2 minutes would be, your calves would be sore.
Yeah.
That was a nice entry. She didn't jump super, super high, but that'll score well because her entry was pretty clean.
32.3. Audra Doty, 5211A, back dive, half twist, straight, 1.8.
That was a back dive half twist. You don't see that too often. A lot of times if a diver is struggling to get a twister, they'll compete that dive. So it has pretty high DD. What you do in
31.5.
live.
Hayden Hughes, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
She didn't quite get the rotation she needed on that dive. So she'll lose a few points for that. but she made her twist all the way around.
19.95, Molly Engelman, 5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free 2.3.
That was nice. She was a little bit over rotated. Her shoulders were facing towards the judges on the far side, so
36.8,
looks like they noticed that.
Camilla Swanson, 203B, back 1.5 somersault, pipe 2.3.
Here's Kamala, the senior, going to Iowa next year. Her last high school meet. That was really nice. The splash came from her arms not getting all the way through, but she got pretty high, and that'll score very well.
Staying in her
44.85,
hometown of Iowa City.
Reese
Yes.
Taylor,
Not moving
105C,
too far.
forward 2.5 somersault, tuck 2.4.
That was a front 2.5. She was really over-rotated. She didn't get her arms all the way through and a nice kick, so I'm going to lose some points for that.
25.2, Holly Hetzer, 401B, inward dive, pipe 1.5.
Here's Holly. She was in second after the last round. And the round with an inward dive.
.30, Delaney O'Connor, 104C, forward, double somersault, tuck 2.2.
She didn't quite kick out of that dive, so she was a little bit over-rotated, but she got pretty high in the air.
31.9, Ella Caparos, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck 2.2.
That was a really nice entry. She did finish it right at the water. She didn't have time to fully kick out before she entered the water, but she kicked pretty
40.7,
straight.
Kate
Scored
Hauser,
pretty well.
403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck 2.2.
This is Kate from Marshalltown. In her hometown.
She's the only diver from Marshalltown today.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
39.6, Abby Schoeneman, 5124D, forward somersault, 2 twists, free 2.3.
Let's do a double twist here. She made the twist all the way around, but she didn't quite get the throw she needed because she was farther back on the end of the board. And when you're farther back on the end of the board, it's kind of hard to get that rotation that you're looking for.
26.45, Eliza Schmidt, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free 2.2.
She got really, really high in the air. However, her twist wasn't fully all the way around, so she was facing the judges as she went through the water.
29.7. Ari Stewart, 5231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free 2.1.
That was a nice entry. She was again turned just a little bit going through the water, so I'm sure the judges will take points off.
37.8. Lucy York, 403C, inward, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
It's funny seeing Tony with Megan because Megan was diving for him last year at D3 Nationals.
Yeah,
And now she's coaching for Wash.
Actually, they came to one of our meets last year.
Yeah.
That was a good entry. She did turn towards the side on inwards. A lot of times divers will do that because they're afraid of hitting the board, so they'll go to the side, but that was a pretty good entry.
$25.3. Neely Street, 5231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free 2.1.
You think you'll get into coaching when you're done with your competitive career?
I think so, yeah. When you start with high school.
Turn pro and keep diving into your 30s maybe?
We'll see.
Don't know about that.
That is what Deidre did, though.
Oh, she was. She did the duet diving too, didn't she?
Yeah. Synchronized diving.
Synchro.
Yeah. She did that on 3 meter.
37.8. Audrey Dowd,
Which is a
5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free 2.2.
This will be the last dive before we make the cut here. Blinged out suit for Dowling Catholic. Oh. It's a little bit of a slip.
Yeah, her foot probably slipped off the end of the board. I'm sure that didn't feel too well. Still got a smile on her face, though. Tough girl.
Not a whole lot you can do when that board starts getting
No.
a little wet. She's on her hurdle. Was she going to take another jump before that happened?
She was trying to put her foot down, but her foot was too far
Left.
Yeah. So
Well,
Incomplete dive.
So that was her first incomplete dive of the competition, unfortunately.
yes.
So we will be tabulating the scores here. We'll make
That
the
concludes
first
our
cut.
first round of diving.
It'll be cut down from 32 to 20 athletes. When we come back from the break, we'll be talking to Dowling diver
Barrett Kallmeyer.
Barry Kallmeyer. She's going to talk to us a little bit about her injury. She was 6th place last year but was unable to compete this year. So we'll talk to her a little about the injury and also her plans to dive at the NCAA Division I level. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back here in Marshalltown in a few minutes.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
All right, welcome back to Marshalltown. I'm sitting here with Barrett Kallenmeyer. She is a senior from Dowling. She has been a favorite since her freshman year of high school for diving. She is unable to compete today. Barrett, do you want to talk a little bit about why?
Yeah, of course, I'd love to. I found out in June, going to my senior year, that I was diagnosed with labral tears in both my hips. And they think it came from years of gymnastics and years of trauma on the hips and just not taking care of myself quite as well as I should have been. But I tried to push through the season, and I had my first hip surgery early October, and I have my second hip surgery on the other hip on Tuesday.
Oh, so that can be pretty painful. Yeah. Well, and you're going to go and dive at West Point, is that correct?
Yes.
So do you think you'll be recovered to go and dive there?
Yeah. I've talked with my physical therapist and my surgeon, and it is a little bit hard of a recovery from going completely on bed rest to running and especially diving with the use of the hip flexor diving and getting into the pike position.
Mm-hmm.
It is a little difficult to recover from. But they're expecting a full recovery by the time I have to leave for college. It's just being patient and taking the time and not rushing back into it.
Yeah, it's good you're doing it now too, so I mean, it's kind of upsetting you don't get your senior year of diving.
Yeah.
However, at least when you go to college, it's good to do it now and get it out of the way so you're not struggling for the next 4 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I know I had an elbow injury, and I haven't taken care of it and just like doing the treatment and all that stuff now. So that's nice that you get to do that now. But you're here cheering on all your teammates.
Yeah.
Who do you have here today for Dowling?
We have Audrey Dowd, who's also senior, and Brenda Gladney, also senior, and then sophomore Miley Dirks.
Oh, nice.
Here for Dowling.
Awesome. So Miley will still have then 2 more years of diving. And then what's the future look like for diving in Dowling?
Right now it's kind of up in the air. We have, I think, 4 or 5 seniors that are graduating, which originally is 3 of us who are all going to be on varsity or be competing this season. So there's a bunch of spots that are left open. We have a couple JV girls who are coming in hot. They could definitely have a chance for the next couple of years to qualify for state or even dive varsity in the next few seasons.
Yeah, that's awesome. And do you practice with any of the other divers that are competing today?
Yes. I'm a member of the Iowa Dive Club that's up in Iowa City.
Okay, yeah.
At the University of Iowa, and one of my teammates is Camilla.
Yeah.
Amazing diver.
Yes.
And
Committed to Iowa.
She is committed to Iowa, yes.
That's exciting.
I've been on kind of a break from that, so
Yeah.
today was actually my first time seeing her since like June.
Oh, that's
but,
exciting.
Yeah.
So when do you guys practice up in Iowa City when you did?
It was 2 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and it was about a 2-hour practice.
Oh, fun.
So it was kind of chill over the summer. It was a good way to get back into it after not diving for high school season.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a good way to get back into high school season after coming back from state.
So do you guys, when you're like at club, will you do the 3 meter or will you just do 1 meter?
We typically bounce back and forth between 1 and 3. It really depends on if we're on voluntary or opt days, depending on what we're feeling for degree of difficulty and how we're just feeling going into practice. We work a lot on dry board and trampoline, which is very important for continuing to upgrade dives and do the harder dives going in the future.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know this, but in high school, you'll just do the 1 meter diving, but then when you go to college, you will compete both the 1 and the 3 meter. So starting to learn the 3 meter in club can be super, super helpful. So when you get to college, you have at least some experience. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard because I feel like personally, you don't have that competing experience necessarily unless you do like club meets, but there's still not too many of them that you do. So I feel like getting that 3 meter experience in before you go to college can be super, super helpful.
Yeah, 100%, especially with platform diving.
Yes.
And Iowa's very limited, so we are very blessed to be able to go up to University of Iowa and practice twice a week platform.
Because they're the only one in Iowa that has a platform besides Iowa State's 5 meter.
Yeah, they're the only one in Iowa that has a full 10 meter platform that I am aware of.
Yeah.
In which a lot of the Division I schools are looking for platform divers right now. So it makes it a little bit difficult to get recruited specifically for platform.
Yes, and I feel like a lot of times it's like the girls down south that'll commit places.
Oh, yeah.
They are the ones that have like the platforms like outside and stuff like that. Makes it a little bit cheaper than in a building.
Yeah, especially during COVID when everyone was all put in their houses and not able to dive.
Yeah.
From what I know, we would go down and visit in Florida and just practice because there were really no restrictions, and all these girls have been practicing the whole entire quarantine. They're all outside and they have their full 10 meter platform and everything. So it is definitely a little bit harder living in Iowa to do that.
Yeah, during COVID, Barrett and I actually both went down to Florida a couple of times to practice because with COVID, a lot of people or a lot of places were shut down in Iowa, but since you could dive outside in Florida, that's where we went.
Oh, yeah.
It's the only place we
great
could
time.
go. It was good. It's kind of hard, though, diving outside. It's a little bit different because you're not seeing a ceiling and water. You're seeing the sky, which is blue, and the water, which is also blue. So that was always an adjustment. And then you're dealing with, like, burns and stuff on top of that.
100%.
Yes. Well, it looks like we're going to get started with the next 3 rounds. We're going to cut down to 20 divers this round, so we'll get going on that. Thank you, Barrett.
Thank you.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
All right, we are back at the Linda Bloom Natatorium here in Marshalltown, Iowa. We got the cutoff for the top 20, the 20th spot with 160.90 points is Ella Schmitz. I believe she's Waukee.
Yes.
Is that right? Am I right?
I think so.
Want to make sure it's not Waukee or Waukee Northwest. I screwed that up earlier.
Yes, Waukee.
So Ella Schmidt, the junior from Waukee, she's going to be the cutoff as we move into the next 3 rounds, where field moves down from 32 athletes to 20. And she put up a score of 160.90 as we move into phase 2. Now we'll do up to round 8. After round 8, we will cut the field down to your scoring individuals. That'll be your top 16 at that point. So overall, you might have talked with Barrett a little bit about this. What was your overall impression? No big surprises so far?
Well, you can see Cameron's leading by 11 points so far. So that is a pretty big jump for...
She's sitting at 239.4.
That's a pretty big jump for 5 rounds of diving. So
it's Camilla, right? Camilla Swanson in second there, too.
Yes, the commit to Iowa. She is in second, 10 points ahead of Holly. So those 3 are all pretty close. They've been close the whole time. I mean, it looks like they're spread out right now, but they have all been leading at least 1 round.
And then we got 2 people sitting at 200 points. That's Doppler and Hauser, 285 with Campbell Doppler and Kate Hauser sitting there right behind her, 200.60. And then there's a little bit of, there's 3-point gap after that.
Yes.
But as far as who made it out of the first round, I think that was kind of what you were thinking.
Yes,
Yeah.
overall, that's exactly how I thought it would be. It's still, as you can see, like there's a big drop. I'd say after third place, there's a pretty big drop, and then it's all really, really close right there. With 6 more rounds, with the scores being that close, I mean, anything could really happen. So
Dowling with some points coming through as far as the team race. Grinnell, of course.
yes.
Did they get all 3 through?
Grinnell had 2 this year.
Okay,
Yep.
so they got both of theirs
They have
through.
both of theirs.
So, what are we looking for in these rounds? Do the judges get a little more picky, or is it pretty consistent with what they're looking for on the entries and the any aerial maneuvers?
Typically, they're not too hard on. They don't get any harder on them just because with diving you're trying to focus on that dive and that dive only and scoring that dive. But however, a lot of these divers put their best dives in the first 5 rounds so they can make this cut. So now that we're to these next 3 dives, I mean, a lot of these dives are people's harder dives.
Sure.
So whether that mean mentally or physically, because diving is a really, really mental sport. So a lot of times they might be able to do it very, very well, but they are scared of it. So then they'll put it kind of in this round, kind of in the middle. Normally you try to end, because normally towards the end the judges, they've been judging for a long time. They're tired, so a lot of times, not that they'll be just throwing higher scores, but they're like, oh, that was cool. So a lot of times they'll put your cooler dives at the end.
I just wondered if they got a little more critical as the rounds move on, but
You're not supposed to, but
Right.
We're human, so we're gonna get tired after we've been watching diving for 3
but
hours.
that helps with canceling out the top and the bottom score.
Yes,
too, though.
yes, that's another reason why they'll do the average, and also because you notice a lot of the coaches are judging, so not that you're not supposed to have favoritism, but it's hard when you're watching your own diver that you spend every day with to not give them a higher score than you want to give someone else. So that's another reason they'll just take the middle 3, so it helps eliminate the favoritism and stuff like that. So 'cause you'll see that a lot in high school, just because it's like, oh, that's my diver I spend every day with. Like, I'm gonna give them the 7.
They might be the high score a little more often. Yeah.
Yep.
I can see that in college meets as well. But
Yeah.
This is now the official diving order. Miley Dirks, Campbell Doppler, Tessa Carnes, Tori Sletland, Bailey Mahoney, Brenna Gladney, Avery Winter, Cameron Russell, Chloe Spargrove, Emmy Braunschweig Norris, Nora Nickel, Abigail Reed, Camilla Swanson, Reese Taylor, Holly Hetzer, Ella Caparos, Kate Hauser, Eliza Schmidt, Ari Stewart, and Neely Streit. That's your diving order.
Divers right now have to figure out who they're after again, because a lot of times they just are cutting those people, so they're having to figure out who they're after now.
they did warm up a couple of their dives for this round while we were on break there. And you were talking with Barrett from Dowling Catholic.
Yes.
So she has to.
All right, Miley Dirks, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
So she has to rehab that injury and then get ready for boot camp, right?
Yeah. Yes.
For basic training.
It's good that she's doing them now. She'll have another surgery in a couple months, I think she said. So.
Yeah.
That was a good dive. Just really far over, a little bit too much rotation.
25.65. Campbell Doppler. 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
That was a good dive. As she was going through the water on her hike, she hiked her legs up, so that was kind of why it was a little short, but that was a good entry. Scored pretty well.
41.8. Tessa Carnes, 201B, back dive, pike, 1.6.
This was always my 6th dive when I was in high school. It's nice coming back from a break and doing a dive before my next 2 dives were just a little bit harder. That was a good entry. She was a little bit too far back on the board, but overall a good dive. It's kind of hard on a back to not lean too far
24.8.
backwards because the board's
Tori
already pushing you
Sletland,
down.
202A,
So it's really
back
trying to stay
somersault,
over that
straight,
board.
1.7.
So that was nice. She was a lean back just a little bit. That's where that splash came from, but overall a good dive.
30.6. Bailey Mahoney, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
That was nice dive.
Really high, too.
Yeah. On a reverse dive pike, there's about 3 positions you hit. The pike, and then you'll slide your arms down your legs, and then you'll put your arms
34.0.
above your head. And she hit all of those.
Brenna Gladney, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Yeah, and distinctly in that sequence, you know.
A lot of times on the ground, you'll do like what's called a kick, look, reach, and that practices for this. That was a good entry. She was a little bit too far forward. Her arms didn't get all the way above her head on the hurdle, so then that caused you to lean forward.
28.9. Avery Winter, 301C, reverse dive, tuck, 1.6.
Brenna, of course, is looking at some of those, looking to get through the next round and put some points on the board before swimming tomorrow for Dowling Catholic, who is favored to win this meet this weekend.
It's a good dive. She didn't get her arms all the way through, but that'll score well.
Avery representing that
25.6.
new
Cameron Russell,
Northwest
201A, back dive, straight, 1.7.
Is there divers from both schools, or?
Yeah, I think Waukee had 1.
Gotcha. Oh, I see, yeah.
2. Waukee had 2 and Northwest had 3.
Oh, that was really nice. Good dive from Cameron Russell from Grinnell. She's had a good last 3 rounds. Keep that up.
39.95. Chloe Sparbrook, 201A, back dive, straight, 1.7.
Cedar Falls diver. The dive was just a little bit short. She didn't get enough rotation on that.
28.05.
Still scored
Emmy
about
Braunschweig
5s.
Norris, 202A, back somersault, straight, 1.7.
She was nice and tight through the air, just didn't get enough rotation on that. The feet first entry, they're
28.9.
really tough.
Nora Nickel, 201A back dive straight, 1.7.
It's a good dive, a little bit short. But overall, that was a pretty good dive. Looks like she didn't think that was her best dive,
28.05.
but
Abigail Reed,
we're still a little short.
402C, inward somersault, tuck, 1.6. 30.4, Camilla Swanson, 401B, inward dive, pike, 2.3, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Camilla's going to do that inward dive. This is the dive that a lot of the divers today started with. So she'll start round 6, or this next round with this dive. Camilla's really good at staying really tight through the air. It was really nice.
Yeah, no splash there.
Yes.
Wow. 36.0.
Got a 9 there.
Reese Taylor, 5231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist,
Yeah,
free, 2.1.
Abby Tollefson is here today. She was last year's winner. Dives at Iowa State now, so it's cool to see her. I dove with her in club, so exciting that she's here watching everyone today.
Stop by here during the break.
Yep.
35.7. Holly Hetzer, 203B, back 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
It's Holly. She was the one in the top 3 going into round 6. This is a good dive. She threw her head back on the beginning. That's why it was a little splashy. She didn't know exactly where she was. It's nice when you keep your head in because you're able to look at the end of the board and then spot it on the way around a kick.
Ella Caparos,
But when you throw your head out, you
201A,
kind of
back
lose that
dive,
ability
straight,
to do that.
1.7.
That's 10 to 15 pounds of momentum that
Yeah.
each shifts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk about that on butterfly as well when you're swimming to make sure the head comes down.
Yeah.
31.45. Kate Hauser, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Cedar Falls is another one of those teams looking for a top 5 finish this weekend.
That was a good entry. On the flip part, the start, she brought her feet up. So then that makes it tough to make it around, but she's pretty good.
32.3. Eliza Schmidt, 201B, back dive, pike, 1.6.
Now, is this her home pool or they do more at the high school?
I know for a while this was their main pool, but I think they've moved back to the high school. I think they were doing
meets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they were doing maintenance and stuff there. So then they came here, but I think it's fixed now. Because I only competed one meet at the high school pool my freshman year of high school. Otherwise, they were all
Yeah,
here.
there's a 6-lane pool, about a mile and a half from here.
The pool's not, yeah.
28.0. Ari Stewart, 202A, back somersault, straight, 1.7.
They'll actually take these boards out tonight before the swim finals tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just get them out of the way for the.
They keep them in though for prelims.
Yeah, for relay exchanges, they'll get them out of the way.
Oh, that makes sense.
Now with the wedges,
26.35, Neely Stripe,
wedge
302B, reverse somersault, pike, 1.7.
They're moving around a lot more with the wedge blocks now that that's part of the sport.
Oh. You see another one of these reverse dives. Land on our feet. That was pike, so in a pike you'll keep your legs straight. She did pretty well keeping her legs nice and tight.
All right,
27.2.
Starting round 7.
Got to swap out the judges first, and then we will move on to round 7 here.
Miley Dirks, 104B, forward, double somersault, pike, 2.3.
She has a beautiful hurdle. Is able to get up there nice and high. She just didn't have enough rotation on that to be able to kick all the way out, but that'll score well with the nice hurdle.
34.5, Campbell Doppler, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
This must be the reverse round so far.
Do they plan this with each other? Or just
They must. I know I said before, you have to have certain voluntaries in a round and certain optionals, that you can't put all your optionals in one round.
Right.
So a lot of times it always ends up being the same dives people pick.
28.05, Tessa Carnes, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
Very nice entry. A lot of times when a diver rips an entry, it means they went right through the water and she ripped that entry.
28.9, Tori Slutland, 5.2, 2.2D, back somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
This is another dive. She'll end facing towards the board. A lot of times divers will do this to get ready to do the 1.5 twist.
Nice. Good.
Yeah. Nice and tight through the air.
.2, Bailey Mahoney, 5.231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
Bailey was pretty high in the rankings this year. We'll see why. That was a good entry.
.85, Brenna Gladney, 403C, inward 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.2.
That was a good
wiggled in
start.
there a little bit.
Yeah, good start. Just, I think she kicked out a little early.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. That kind of comes from not keeping your head up on the beginning, because then you
Avery
kind of lose
Winter,
where you're at.
103B, forward 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Seems like it should be easy though to keep your head up on a dive, but it just like messes up a little bit.
All this looks hard to me. And I was a breaststroker, so
Oh, yep.
I knew a little bit about timing. But
Yep.
Another good dive for Joaquin.
30.6. Cameron Russell, 301A, reverse dive, straight, 1.8.
Cameron will do a reverse dive straight, and then throughout the season she does her reverse 1.5 right after this. So this will be kind of a lead up for the dive she'll do next. That was a good dive. A little splashy compared to what she normally does, but I think it'll score pretty well.
.5.
Nice.
Chloe Spargrove, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
Pretty wide range of scores on Cameron Russell's dive.
Yeah.
They must have all seen something a little different. That was a good entry.
.30, Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
It's not like BMX or skateboarding where they count style into the points a little more.
Yeah. You see she dried off the board there. I do that a lot just because a lot of times when the divers are wet, getting up on the board, the diving board gets really wet. And so you're not going to slit because of the texture of the diving board, but sometimes it's just nice to have it dry.
33.35, Nora Nickel, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
Oh, that was a nice dive. Her legs bent just a little bit, and she was a little bit over, but she got really good height on that dive.
34.5, Abigail Reed, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
This is a good dive off the board. She was just a little bit short going in.
28.05, Camilla Swanson, 5231D, back, 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
Here's Camilla doing a back twister. Well, that was a really nice dive. The splash came from her arms, not being all the way through, but it was a good dive.
42.0,
Nice.
Reese Taylor, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
Nice. Very clean entry. A little bit farther out than the judges want you to be, but that'll score well.
32.3, Holly Hetzer, 302B, reverse somersault, pike, 1.7.
That was a good dive. She was it's been in the top 3.
35.7,
right back there.
Ella Caparos, 5124D, forward somersault, 2 twists, free, 2.3.
That was a good dive. Her hop was really close to the end of the board, so then that makes it hard to get the board moving to get as high as possible, but it was a good dive.
31.05, Kate Hauser, 105C, forward, 2.5 somersault, tuck, 2.4.
Be another 2.5. She made that pretty well. She was a little bit far back on the board, so it's a little wondering if she was going to be able to make that around, but she was pretty good with that.
37.2, Eliza Schmidt, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was a good dive. She was very vertical, straight through the water, but her arms didn't get above her head before she hit, so that's what caused the splash, but that'll score well.
.1. Ari Stewart, 5'2", 2-1D, back somersault, half twist, free, 1.7.
It was a good dive, just a little bit over, but good distance.
25.5, Neely Stripe, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
You see her moving the fulcrum back. You're gonna do a hurdle dive, so you're gonna want it a little bit bouncier than where it was for the last dive. That was a really, really good start. Her kick was just a little bit early. If she would have hung on just a little bit longer, that would have went right in, but good dive.
And her feet, are they
28.35.
taking into account her feet were a little...
Miley Dirks, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Into round 8, there'll be another cut after this round.
Cut 4 divers after this round.
That was good.
That was a good dive. Judges are looking for you to just get a little bit higher than that, just so she kind of went right off the board, but it was a good dive.
31.5, Campbell
got an 8.5
Doppler,
on that one.
203C, back, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.0.
Ooh, that was a good entry. She threw her head back, but she was able to know where that was at.
39.0,
really well.
Tessa Carnes, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
Oh, foot rip. Foot hit the water and made a noise.
.0, Tori Slutland, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
That was nice.
.45, Bailey Mahoney, 105C, forward, 2.5 somersault, tuck, 2.4.
See another one of those 2.5 dives, forward 2.5. She didn't quite get the height she needed on that to fully make it around, but she did pretty good with the height she had on that.
31.2, Brenna Gladney, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
She was leaned a little bit forward. That's what caused it to be short, but she got pretty high.
28.9, Avery Winter, 105C, forward 2.5 somersault, tuck 2.4.
There's more doing the forward 2.5 than I remember, so that's pretty cool. Either they're learning new dives or I just don't remember it. It's pretty good. A little short, but went in really well.
Crowd favorite, it seems like.
Yeah.
38.4, Cameron Russell, 301B, reverse 1.5 somersault, pike 2.4.
Yeah, Avery got 5s or 5.5s across the board on that.
303B, reverse 1.5 somersault, pike 2.4.
This is a new dive for Cameron. Nice dive from Cameron.
.6, Chloe Spargrove.
The gamble worked out.
203C,
Yes.
back 1.5 somersault, tuck 2.0.
Oh, so that was a nice dive. A little splash, so their feet fell just a little bit over, but otherwise that was a really good dive.
.0, Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck 1.6.
Wow,
That was
yeah,
nice.
way up there.
Yeah.
.8, Nora Nickel, 301B, reverse dive, pike 1.7.
I was going to end this round with a reverse dive pike. Very nice. Seems like the Grinnell divers are the only ones that wear caps.
Yeah, you never really see that until a couple years ago.
32.3, Abigail Reed, 5321D, reverse somersault, half twist, free 1.8.
So reverse twist.
.4, Camilla Swanson, 301B, reverse dive, pike 1.7.
Here's Camilla doing a reverse dive pike. That was nice. Doesn't really get much better than that.
39.1, Reese Taylor, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
Keeps Camilla within 5 points of Cameron there.
Yes. We're just going back and forth.
Yeah.
That was a good top, just a little bit short.
.05, Holly Hetzer, 202A, back somersault, straight, 1.7.
It's a nice dive.
.13.15, Ella Caparos, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
Camilla and Cameron kind of pulled away from Holly's score, but they're still all pretty close. That was a little bit close to the board. She was high enough that her feet didn't hit, but
She take off a little
yeah.
too far back.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw that on the monitor.
It's hard once you're back. You can't really fix it from there.
28.9, Kate Hauser, 201B, back dive, pike, 1.6.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was nice.
The hometown Bobcat.
33.6, Eliza Schmidt, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
It's kind of cool. They do a Marshalltown meet in the middle of the season here, so it's kind of nice. A lot of
The diving.
yeah, a lot of the athletes
Then
will
Mark
come.
comes over, I know
Yeah,
that.
will come, and it's kind of like pre-state kind of.
Yeah, I get used to the sight lines and everything.
Uh-huh. Know what board you want to use. So that's another thing. In diving, you're allowed at these meets to pick the board that you want to use.
26.35, Ari Stewart, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
That's a nice dive.
23.2, Neely Strite, 204C, back, double somersault, tuck, 2.0.
This is going to be a back double somersault. She's going to do 2 flips here. A lot of times divers will do this because in gymnastics they do doubles on the floor, so this is will transform to here.
.0.
Looks like that.
That
completes
concludes our
round
second
8.
round of diving.
The divers will now take a short break.
I would like to
Finish
remind you,
their last 3
Culver's is
dives.
a proud sponsor.
As we're doing that, got the break going. We'll try to get out that last cut. We'll get the field down to 16 divers for the final few rounds here, and those will be the divers that score the points. So we're going to cut away here, take a short break. Again, you're watching the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Diving Championships here from the Linda Bloom Natatorium in Marshalltown. welcome.
It's Campbell Doppler, Tori Sletland, Bailey Mahoney, Brenna Gladney, Avery Winter, Cameron Russell, Chloe Spargrove, Emmy Braunschweig Norris, Nora Nickel, Abigail Reed, Camilla Swanson, Reese Taylor, Holly Hetzer, Ella Caparos, Kate Hauser, and Neely Strite. That's the order for our last 3 dives that we're going to be doing.
So welcome back to Marshalltown there. We had our PA, Mr. Clark, jump in, so I apologize I didn't get on there before him. But as he said, 260.95 was that 16th spot. That's Caparose from Cedar Falls. Tricia, I'm going to turn it over to you. What do you think in the last 3 rounds here?
Well, you can tell Camilla and
0.6.
Cameron
Quiet,
are
please.
within 5 points of each other, and they are supposed to be 1 and 2 today. And then, so that'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. And then everyone after that, they're all really, really close. So 3rd through 6th, who makes the podium today, it's going to be really, really close. And it won't be able to really tell until after the 11th round. So I think this is pretty exciting. In past years, I mean, like, it's at this point been pretty far, and like who's gonna win, who, you know. So I just feel like this year it's really interesting how close everyone is, and makes it really exciting.
Little bunches here.
Yeah.
So let's see what Doppler's score is.
Doesn't look like it's.
They still
The board.
advertising concession stands, so, which is making me more hungry.
Yeah.
Here we go. Total points, 340.10. She got 30.4 on that dive.
There we go. Okay, and the score is 30.4 for Campbell. Tori Sletland, 201B back dive pike, 1.6.
A lot of times in this last round, you'll have one voluntary dive, which is that easier dive that you have to do 5 of, and then the last 2 dives will be your optional harder dives, so you can get that DD right at the end, if you're able.
Good dive there by Tori.
32.8. Bailey Mahoney, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
This is Bailey. She's in the running for a top 6 spot, be on the podium today.
One of those Waukee Northwest athletes.
It's a good dive. She was a little bit twisted going through the water. Twisters are hard in that way because you can be twisted.
36.3.
It's easy to be twisted going through the water.
Brenna Gladney, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
Dowling diver here. It's a good dive, good entry. A little bit far out, but good entry.
I think it's the last Dowling Catholic diver left, too. So this
Cool.
This will be the
27.2. Avery Winter, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
This will be the one that gives them some points heading into tomorrow's swimming competition.
That'll be nice. She made that around really well. I thought it was going to be short just because she was leaning starting out, but she held on and went right in.
34.65. Cameron Russell, 203B, back, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.3.
It's a good dive. A little bit over, but overall a good dive.
43.7. Chloe Spargrove, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
This is nice.
.30.6. Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
You see a lot of divers are doing their reverse 1.5 in this round. A lot of times this is the scarier dive for most divers, so they'll save it to the end. That's a good dive. She didn't quite kick, but it went straight in.
.31.5. Nora Nickel, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
This is a new dive for Nora.
So blue suits, but their school colors are orange, right?
Yeah, last year we had pink, so. Wow.
Mixing it up a little.
Yes. Sarah, the head coach of Grinnell, was inspired by the Barbie movie, and she let them have pink suits
37.8.
last
Abigail
year. So.
Reed, 301B, reverse dive, pike, 1.7.
Yeah, and you tend to see a lot of pink at this meet. Just,
Yeah. Fun
for
color.
the girls' season. Yeah.
Do you see that as much in the boys?
No.
No?
Maybe some of the tech suits that
Yeah.
if they can't find the size they want.
34.0.
They option
Camilla
it out.
Swanson, 403B, inward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 2.4.
That was a really nice dive. That'll score very, very well.
54.0.
Wow.
Reese Taylor, back dive, 201B, pike, 1.6.
You can see Camilla jumped ahead of Cameron after that last round, going back and forth.
That degree of difficulty.
Yeah.
Normally, yeah.
Mhm.
27.2. Holly Hetzer, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2. .7. Ella Caparos, 101A, forward dive straight, 1.4.
Holly's keeping her spot in the top 3. Pretty awesome. That's a dive you actually don't see too often. She did a front dive straight.
Kind of a lower degree of difficulty.
23.8.
A lot of
Kate
times
Hauser,
when they do a dive, they'll do it like a pike
203C,
position.
back, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.0.
It's Kate, the Marshalltown diver. That was a really nice dive.
.0. Neely Strite, 104C, forward,
Jumped her to 4th.
double
I
somersault,
think she was
tuck,
6th or 7th last round.
2.2.
That was a nice dive. Kick's pretty strong.
Well, for the
36.3. Campbell Doppler, 5231D, back 1.5 somersault, half twist, free, 2.1.
That was a nice dive. She was really tight through the air, just a little bit short.
as far as scoring,
34.65. Tori Sletland, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
16th is going to be worth 1 point. First place is going to be worth 20.
Oh,
so
wow.
those top 3 spots, you get a little extra points when they come out of this competition today.
24.8. Bailey Mahoney, 303C, reverse 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
Could be nice for Iowa City West and Grinnell then, 1 and 2.
Yeah. And West has quite a few swims tomorrow too, so they can build off that.
Oh, that's nice. Wow, that was really nice.
Before-
40.95.
Jumped her to third.
Brenna Gladney, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
Well, Grinnell might be leading after the night again.
Yeah.
So they just don't have as many swims to finish top 5 tomorrow, but
Yep.
can leave Friday night in the lead.
It's pretty exciting though. We had a lot of swimmers actually go to state this year.
Yeah,
And when I was in high school, that didn't happen.
30.8.
So that's pretty exciting.
Avery Winter, 204C, back, double somersault, tuck, 2.0.
Grinnell had quite a few individuals too. That was really exciting.
Well, Jordan Huff's been working hard.
Oh yeah. Sarah Smith and Jordan Huff. Doesn't really get much better than that.
Yeah.
It's another double.
Well, Jordan's brother's coaching for Dubuque Senior, though, so maybe we should give him some props.
Yep, I did know that.
And his other brother is a club coach up in Wisconsin.
34.0.
Oh, that's cool. I did not know
Cameron Russell, 103B, forward, 1.5 somersault, pike, 1.7.
I occasionally run into Connor at some sectional and regional meets in other states.
That was a nice dive.
Good entry there.
.8. Chloe Spargrove, 302B, reverse somersault, pike, 1.7. .6. Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 104B, forward, double somersault, pike, 2.3.
That was a good, nice dive. She got pretty high.
.8. Nora Nickel, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
That was nice. Nora just learned a hop hurdle
34.2.
not too long ago, and she's doing
Abigail
really well with
Reed, 5221D, back somersault, half twist, free, 1.7.
A lot of times at first when you learn to hop hurdle, a lot of times it'll get off and you'll fall to the side just because you don't have that timing and the balance yet. But Nora's been picking that up pretty well.
.3 Camilla Swanson, 201B, back dive pike, 1.6.
Wow.
That was nice.
Yep. Straight
Not
up
a
and
score
down.
well.
.40 Reese Taylor, 5233D, back, 1.5 somersault, half 1.5 twists, free, 2.5.
See, going into the final round, Cameron and Camilla are 5 points apart. With Camilla leading. It's a good dive.
.37 Holly Hetzer, 304C, reverse double somersault, tuck, 2.1.
She did a reverse double there. It's a good dive. She was a little bit turned to the side, but she was nice and tight going through the air.
35.7 Kate Hauser, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5. I'm sorry, wrong diver. This is Ellie Caparos, 302B, reverse somersault, pike, 1.7. .8 Kate Hauser, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
That was a good dive.
.25 Neely Strite, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Nice dive. We'll switch judges one more time, and we'll do the final round of this competition.
27.75. Campbell Doppler, 302C, reverse somersault, tuck, 1.6.
It's the round. We're going to figure out how it all plays out.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these points are coming down these dives right here.
Yeah.
.31 Corey Slutland, 5122D, forward somersault, 1 twist, free, 1.9.
That was a good dive. Very clean entry. This round, the judges are going to be looking for a lot of entries.
Bailey Mahoney, 201B, back dive, pipe, 1.6.
That was a nice dive.
.2, Brenna Gladney, 401B, inward dive, pipe, 1.5.
That'll conclude Dowling's diving.
27.75, Avery Winter,
with a 368.3.
5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
It's a little bit short on that dive.
.5.
Avery's a
Cameron
senior,
Russell,
so that'll be her last dive.
5134D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 2 twists, free, 2.6.
Cameron actually just learned that dive not too long ago. I think this is her first or second time competing it, but that was really nice.
53.3.
Seems happy with it.
Chloe Spargrove, 5124D, forward somersault, 2 twists, free, 2.3.
Little celebration after the cap comes off.
Yeah. I feel like I need to start diving in a cap and try it. We have one girl at UNI who dives in a cap, Hannah Taylor. She was from Marshalltown.
Oh, yeah?
And I always, every day, I'm like, I should just try that, but I just never have.
32.2. Emmy Braunschweig Norris, 5124D, forward somersault, 2 twists, free, 2.3. .95, Nora Nickel, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2. .3, Abigail Reed, 401B, inward dive, pike, 1.5.
Or close to it. Nice dive, nice and straight.
30.0, Camilla Swanson, 5132D, forward, 1.5 somersault, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
The crowd really enjoyed that one.
Last dive for Camilla here.
47.3. Reese Taylor, 303C, reverse, 1.5 somersault, tuck, 2.1.
Looks like Cameron will take the win today.
Reese, the lone diver for Algona. Going to finish up with a nice entry there.
37.8. Holly Hetzer, 5233D, back, 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, free, 2.5. .0, Ella Caparose, 5221D, back, 1 somersault, back somersault, half twist, free, 1.7.
Good dive there for Ella.
31.45.
She went with a little
Kate
easier
Hauser,
dive there on the end.
5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
That was a nice dive. Very vertical going through the water.
46.0, Neely Strike, 5223D, back somersault, 1.5 twists, free, 2.3.
Still can't believe how close it was between Camilla and Cameron today. I knew it was going to be close, but 2 points.
Yeah.
It's really close.
Yeah, we're still jogging for position at the end of the podium here, too.
Yes.
High degree of difficulty here, 2.3.
Yeah. That was a good dive.
.4. That concludes a night of fantastic diving. Thank you, divers. Thanks to everyone who's been here. We will have our awards presentation for the top 6 divers shortly. I'll remind you that Culver's is a proud sponsor.
So, we got your top 8. Is that what we got here?
Yes. These are the ones, the medal.
You want to read them off? 8th place here.
Yeah, Emery from Southeast Polk with a 399.2. Nora Nickel from Grinnell, 399.85. Bailey Mahoney, Waukee Northwest, 401.2. Campbell from Bettendorf is a 405.95. Kate Hazer from Marshalltown, 417.95. Holly from Southeast Polk with a 449.75. Camilla Swatson from Iowa City West with a 486.9. And the winner today, Cameron Russell from Grinnell, 488.25. Exciting day.
Yeah, so got a slew over 400 points there.
Yeah. They're all pretty close. I mean, first and seconds.
They're bunched up.
Yeah.
Then it looked like Holly pulled away for third there in the last couple rounds.
But everyone else you see is just really close.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We'll get the top 16 here shortly, so then we'll tell you who's got some points going into tomorrow, and then we'll get that podium ready for the awards here. I think they're still tabulating some of the final points. But overall, kind of what you expected, a good battle for the top 2 spots, and then
Yeah.
Hetzer, is that it? Yeah, Holly
Yes.
Hetzer from the Rams of Southeast Polk comes through there 3rd place, 449.75.
Her score was a lot higher than I expected today, so she had a pretty good meet today.
Yeah, pretty consistent
Yes.
too. The last 3 rounds where some people were breaking technique or stumbling a little bit. I think we got some points on the board. Team race. You know, Grinnell's going to leave here with the lead. We'll see if they can put some points in the pool tomorrow. I know they got some relays coming up too. So see if Jordan Huff does his part for their team.
Oh, yeah.
Iowa City West is going to come out here scoring. Hometown Marshalltown's going to get a couple points. Bettendorf, that's one thing. Bettendorf had some good sprint races today, a good 2 IM, and their relays are shaping up pretty well. And it's a young squad. They have the freshman duo, the Andito sisters, so twin girls who are going to score some points here tomorrow. Then Southeast Polk, the Rams have got two scoring swims here, or scoring divers here. All right, we'll see if we got the top 16. I think they're still tabulating some of that. All right, we'll take a short break here as we get ready for the awards. Again, you're watching Girls High School Athletic Union State Diving Finals from Marshalltown, Iowa. Be back in a few minutes.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
area so we can have our awards presentation. It would be Bailey Mahoney, Campbell Doppler, Kate Hauser, Holly Hetzer, Camilla Swanson, and Cameron Russell. You need to be in the staging area so we can have our awards presentation.
So we do have we're back here in Marshalltown. We do have our top 16 certified, and the scores are in the system. So as you heard, the podium they just announced, 16th place is, I'll go ahead and let you read them since you know them better.
Yeah. Ella from Cedar Falls. 15th place was Tori Sutland from Linmar. 14th place was Abigail Reed from, is that West Des Moines? Is that Des Moines area?
Is that Valley?
Oh, okay.
West Des Moines Valley.
13th place was Chloe from Cedar Falls. 12th place was Brenna from Dowling Catholic. 11th place was Nalee from Waukee. 10th place was Reese Taylor from Algona. 9th place was Avery Winter. 8th, where's that from?
Is that Waukee?
I can't know which school.
That is Waukee Northwest.
Waukee Northwest. Yep. Awesome. 8th place is
in the southwest corner where you lined
Emery
up to
from
come in
Southeast Polk.
Today we need
7th place was Nora Nickel from Grinnell. 6th place was Bailey Mahoney from Waukee.
This will be your podium, 6th through 1st.
5th place was Campbell from Bettendorf. 4th place, Kate Hazer from Marshalltown. 3rd place, Holly Hetzer from Southeast Polk. 2nd place was Camilla Swatson from Iowa City West. And your winner today, 1st place, Cameron Russell from Grinnell.
She put up a total of 488.25. Again, we had a couple athletes over that 400-point benchmark, but good battle down to the last 3 rounds there with Cameron Russell and Camilla Swanson from, is it Camilla or Camilla? Camilla
yeah.
Swanson from Iowa City West.
It was going back and forth like every round.
Yeah, degree of difficulty even came into play there a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll do the awards podium here, and then we will talk to you about team scores heading into tomorrow. We'll have 16, actually only 12 teams on the board because of a couple of teams that had 2 divers in that last couple rounds. So we'll have some points on the board for 12 teams leading into tomorrow. All right, we'll go through those real quick. So it looks like Linmar is going to carry 2 points over tomorrow. West Des Moines Valley is going to come in 11th with 3 points. Cedar Falls is going to score 5 points. Dowling Catholic with diver getting through is going to score 5 points. So that's your favorite in the swimming pool. So that'll help them pad that lead a little bit. Waukee is going to come in with 6 points. Algona, their lone diver, scored 7 points. Bettendorf, 6th place with 14 points. Marshalltown's coming in with 15 points. Iowa City West is going to score 17 points and sit in 4th. Your top 3 heading into swimming tomorrow are going to be 3rd place, Waukee Northwest, 22 points. See if that comes into play with how they place. They're looking for a top 5 finish there. Southeast Polk's going to sit in 2nd place with 27 points. And then Grinnell with 2 divers and one that won it. 2 divers, in fact, the top 8. But coming in tomorrow with 32 points before we start the swimming.
These are your top 6 finishers in today's diving competition. Go ahead and hit it.
Here come the divers from around the edge of the pool there in the shallow end. You mentioned our champion's going to be going to Iowa.
Camilla, second place, is
Second
going to be
place
going to
gonna go
Iowa. Cameron Russell is a junior this year.
Junior, so hasn't committed yet.
Yep. She's looking
Presenting
to
the awards today
either maybe
is
dive
Aaron
or run
Gerlich.
track
He's the
in
executive director
college.
of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Association. In sixth place, from Waukee Northwest, Bailey Mahoney. In fifth place, from Bettendorf, Campbell Doppler. In fourth place, from Marshalltown, Kate Hauser. In third place, from Southeast Polk, Holly Hetzer. In second place, from Iowa City West, Camilla Swanson. And in first place, from Grinnell, Cameron Russell. Congratulations, ladies, on an excellent day of diving. Again, your champion is Cameron Russell from Grinnell.
So as we sign off, Trista, do you have any more final thoughts here on the diving competition?
I think, it was kind of exactly how we expected it to be, very, very close with Cameron Russell and Camilla Swattons, and it was just that. They were 2 points from each other, and then everyone after Kate, she was really, really close behind, and then Holly was also really, really close, so that was just awesome seeing how close it was today. Normally it's not super, super close.
A lot of movement. It looked like 4th through 10th. There was a lot of movement into that last two rounds. So some of that's diving selection and degree of difficulty. But so we will see you here tomorrow. We'll be on just a little bit before noon to watch the swimming finals. We'll be starting with the 200 medley relay. So all the relay heats will take place tomorrow. There'll be 4 heats of that medley relay, along with the other relays, the 200 free relay, and then the meet will conclude with the 400 free relay. Those are double points, but we did see some points awarded tonight, so I still think Dowling's the favorite on paper, just because the Waukee team has been broken up into 2 different programs, but we did have some great swims this afternoon, and we will make sure to take note of that. Tomorrow, right when we sign on, there will be some awards. The Iowa High School Swimming Coaches Association will give out some awards, and then of course, the Hall of Fame swimmers. So I want to thank my co-host, Trista Thompson, for helping out. Trista, good luck with the rest of your college season. You can be heading back to help out the Panthers up in Cedar Falls, and got a couple meets before the finals break, don't you?
Yes, we have mid-season next week, so.
And then do you go on the training trip with the swimmers, or?
No, we don't do a training trip. We stay back and.
You got to stay in the cold of Iowa, huh?
We do.
Well, anyway, we appreciate you coming here and helping us out with your expertise. Again, this is Don Spellman working here with Trista Thompson. We're going to sign off here from Marshalltown. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here at noon for the swimming finals.